Good morning, everyone. We'll start with our flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. David, you all?
Sure. Just a second here. I've got. Everything working. Heavenly Father, we ask you today to watch over this meeting of our county commissioners, to help them to make the decisions that are according to your will. Watch over our employees as they go about their duties this week, and be with the employees that were injured in an accident last week. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you more.
I've read over the minutes and I make a motion to approve them as written.
Been moved and seconded. We approved last week's minutes. All in favor? Aye.
Bills.
Make a motion that we approve the bills in the amount of $267,141.38.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. We pay the bills in that amount. All in favor? Aye.
Then I have the sheriff's monthly fee report for approval.
Sheriff's monthly fee report is for $9,392.50. I make a motion that we approve, accept and approve it.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
I have the
So the receipts for the month of August is $30,621.44. The expenditures are $24,833.70. Year-to-date receipts, $183,759.75, and expenditures, $190,346.40. Got anything else?
I'll have some more stuff, but we can get it. Oh, well, I got Doug's numbers if you want to go ahead and look at them.
We got, the county attorney is asked to speak, and he's got an appointment he's on the docket today, I think, at 10 o'clock, so. Mr. Harding, go ahead.
Burton Harding, County Attorney. Not much to comment on the operation of my office itself. Things are going well. However, I've got a letter that I want to read to the commissioners today to respond to some of the things that have been going on in the community. Dear commissioners, this morning I want to talk about and address some of the things I've been hearing about and reading in the Linn County News about me and my office. While I'm bound by ethical rules from discussing an open case, I want to say what I'm able to and address some of the childish and ignorant things that I've been accused of, as well as talk about my accusers. The message that I have this morning is that when my staff and I are accused of not prosecuting sex cases properly, or of not getting justice for victims, or any of the things being spread by Jackie Taylor of the Linn County News, is that for all of her protestations and hand-wringing about how hard it is on her to report on this and her indignation for the victims, these attacks aren't about justice and they aren't about the victims of abuse. Jackie's made it clear through her words and through her actions that she doesn't care one bit about those victims. This is all political theater designed to erode faith and credibility in me and my office and to bolster her favorite attorney, James Brunn. By printing things that aren't true, half-truths, and omitting any facts that are unfavorable to her narrative, she's crafted a perception that I'm not doing my job and the people in Linn County aren't getting justice under my watch, and that things were better before I took office. I'm here to set that record straight and fill in the details that Jackie chose to omit. Regarding the immediate case, that's been in the paper, I can repeat facts that are on the public record, so I can say that while no case is perfect, this case has a unique set of challenges that has made prosecution difficult up until now. As you may have read in the news, the alleged victim and complainant in this case has been in and out of foster care in Colorado. Mr. Meeks has been unable to locate her to speak to her about the case or get a subpoena for her to appear. Ms. Taylor wrote in the last issue of the Linn County News that Mr. Brunn assured her that he left all the necessary contact numbers and evidence to prosecute the case. However, a look at the public record will show that none of the subpoenas his office was sent before the end of his term ever reached any of those out-of-state witnesses. He didn't have their contact information, and he knew it. In addition to having no contact with the alleged victims or family she was staying with, the alleged victim's mother is currently in a live-in romantic relationship with the defendant. You might have also read that when a medical examiner had a chance to examine the girl, she found no evidence of physical trauma. It's very important to understand that proving every element of a case beyond a reasonable doubt to 12 individual jurors is difficult even under the best of circumstances. But when you're in a situation that Mr. Meeks finds himself in, where it's unclear if he'll be able to produce the witnesses he needs or put on testimonial evidence at all, as a prosecutor and as a human being, you have to make a terrible choice. You can take it to trial, but if you can't prove your case, that little girl gets nothing. If, however, you can get a plea deal, however disturbing you might find it, it may be that getting something for the girl is better than nothing at all. There are many people outraged by what they read and would demand that no plea offer be made at all, but those people don't understand the reality of the sufficiency of the evidence to take such a firm stance. I'm certain that Justin would love nothing more than to know that he's going to be able to reach out and call the witnesses he needs for that case. Jackie Taylor wrote that she knows that this little girl was raped and tortured, but for some reason she hasn't gone to law enforcement to let them know about her actual knowledge. I suspect that if a subpoena was issued to her to assist this case and compel her to tell the public what she knows, we'd find she doesn't actually know anything at all, but that's not going to stop her from using this sad situation as a club to try to bludgeon her political opponent. Using this girl's experience as a tool to discredit me and my office is ultimate depravity. And that's my point. This isn't about Lonnie Martin or Lauren Debus or Robert Brierley or any of the victims in those cases. This is about exploiting those cases for a political game, and she doesn't care who gets hurt in order to win. It's revolting and inhumane. To show how I know this, we really don't have to look much further than the case we've been discussing, but we will. The victim in this case first disclosed allegations of abuse in 2017. Charges weren't filed until 2019, and not a single thing was accomplished in the case for over the next year. It was set for a preliminary examination early in the year, but my predecessor, Mr. Brunn, couldn't get service on the alleged victim or her father even then. It was continued over and over until October of 2020 when the defendant informed the court he would still like to have an evidentiary preliminary examination. With this information, Mr. Brunn informed the court that he might send this to the Attorney General's office for prosecution. Why would he do that? He had no conflict with the case. There was nothing special about the case that would make him unable to prosecute it. I think the reason why he wanted to send it to the Attorney General last year is because he knew better than anyone at that time that this case had special problems and that he had been unable to serve the victim in a year's time and didn't want to just dismiss the case or make a low plea offer. However, he used that knowledge in a different way. The evidentiary setting the defendant requested was set for January 29th, 2021, just 2 weeks after I was to take office and Brunn was to leave. Rather than contact the Attorney General's office, he did nothing and let the case be set, warts and all. I did end up taking office on January 11th of this year. Just 2 weeks later, on January 26th, 2021, 3 days before the hearing was set, the Linn County News filed a request for disclosure of the affidavit filed by the KBI in this case. By filing this request, the newspaper was able to get a copy of the affidavit printed the other week. Why did this case capture the newspaper's attention all of a sudden? If Jackie cared, why wasn't this request for the affidavit filed in 2019 when the case was filed? Why wasn't it filed in 2020 after a year of inactivity? Why did it suddenly become important to have this affidavit as soon as my office was responsible for the prosecution of this case? And again, if Brunn thought it was important for the Attorney General to handle this case, why didn't he send it? I think the answer is obvious. It's my opinion that Brunn, knowing he didn't have a witness and evidentiary problems with the case, decided to leave it for me to have to correct and then alerted Jackie Taylor to the fact and made sure that she got the affidavit. She's been waiting for this day for 8 months. The bad press and publicity were left for me, and this isn't a coincidence or a surprise. I'm not going to waste too much more time going over the same suspicious fact pattern in the other cases that Jackie's been beating her drum about, but I will say that even though those cases are also older cases that originated with Brunn, she wasn't at all interested in requesting the affidavits until my very first weeks in office. She knew, even before I did, which of my cases had unique issues. I received more requests for affidavits on Brunn's old cases in January and February than he got the entire time he was in office. I'll repeat again, none of this is about the victims. This is revolting, self-serving, unconscionable exploitation of the pain of others for political profit. If Jackie cared about the children of the victims of sex crimes, Where was she after the plea and sentencing of the teacher at Prairie View, convicted in a case of allegations of having sex with students? Brunn asked the judge at that time to give him a term of probation. Where was her fury and indignation then? Silence. Where was she when Brunn dismissed the case against the superintendent in that same fact pattern for failing to protect the children? Crickets. Where was she after Brunn swore on the record that he was going to refile and the case was never heard from again? Where was her fiery condemnation when the judge gave a Linn County couple 2 years in jail for a child abuse case over Brunn's request that they only get probation? Did those children not count? Or is it just different because it was James Brunn and not me? Where was the Linn County News when Brunn dismissed a rape case of a child outright in 2019 with no hearing or explanation? Did that victim not deserve justice? Or is Jackie Taylor just in the business of covering up for her preferred prosecutor? Where was the outrage when these cases she's complaining about saw no attention and had no activity but continuance after continuance for years? Didn't those victims deserve justice and closure? Jackie had nothing to say for 4 years while these things and many other things occurred. When Linn County only had one jury trial in 4 years, where were the newspaper's calls for action and justice? They didn't exist. Her apologetics are so farcical that when Brunn was caught on camera calling the citizens of Linn County names, she accused you, the county commissioners, of being the bad guy for having a camera on a public building. When it was revealed that Brunn threatened to use or release information to the jail to the public if you, the commissioners, didn't pay him $100,000, Jackie somehow didn't find that newsworthy. I'm still waiting for that write-up. There was no investigation or article written when we learned that Brunn had been abusing the subpoena process to call sheriff's deputies to court on cases they had no testimony to give in order to damage the budget of the former sheriff because of his personal feud with him. There was no story on the fact that Brunn threatened those same officers with arrest if they didn't make it to those court dates. The silence is still deafening. Jackie is complicit in all of those things by refusing to do her only job by reporting on any of it. She's interested in rooting out corruption, except for when it's her people. She's concerned with a good old boy system, except for when it's her good old boy. She styles herself a freedom fighter and a constitutionalist, but as soon as I took office, she forgot that the Constitution requires that defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty and have a right to confront their accusers. Her cover-up and refusal to do her job as a reporter and talk about these important matters while they occurred is repugnant and inexcusable. Jackie Taylor didn't care about children, sex crime victims, or any of these cases until I took office. Now she wants you and the protesters on Friday to believe she cares so much and wants the county to know what's really going on, but she doesn't want you to know the whole story. Did Jackie report on any of these on any of the sex crimes or murders or other cases that I can be and am being much more firm on? Of course not. That doesn't fit her narrative. She doesn't want to talk about the people I have sent to prison or the cases that I am setting for trial, because that might cast some doubt on the narrative that she's trying to portray, and it's disgusting. And it's not hard to see why. Mr. Brunn's campaign finance statement tells us that he wrote checks to Jackie's businesses for over $20,000 last year alone for signs and ad space. I find it ironic when I saw on the front page of the Linn County News last week the quote from George Washington, "Few men have virtue to withstand the highest bidder." The hypocrisy is unbelievably thick. I believe that Brunn wants to continue to control and manipulate things here as much as possible until he runs again next cycle. To this day, he's in constant contact with the Linn County News. He regularly reaches out to our commissioners, trying to stir them up about me or my office. He watches these meetings and even watches our court hearings on YouTube and then calls law enforcement afterwards to tell them what he thinks I'm doing wrong. After 8 months, he has nothing better to do than obsess over a county he doesn't live in. His desperation is embarrassing. And the proof of his effectiveness is in his results. Not a single trial victory in 4 years. Only a small handful of preliminary hearings held in that same time period, and a mountain of dismissed or untouched cases left behind for me. He spent as little time in Linn County as he possibly could, and the common perception among the defense attorneys is he never had any idea what was going on in any of his cases. It beggars belief that Jackie has championed this person who lied to her transparently as recently as last week if he told her that he left contact information for the victims in my office, when it can be verified from the public record he never had it himself. Can a person be that naive? And I want you to know that this all comes at a cost to Linn County and its people. These aren't harmless lies. This is despicable, depraved, and soulless manipulation of tragic events that has caused and still causes a great deal of harm to our community. To begin with, there's a good chance that with all the manufactured outrage and scrutiny that Jackie's produced, my office will likely need to turn some of these cases over to the Attorney General's office, even though there's no good reason why Linn County can't take care of its own cases. Additionally, when I get a report on my desk anymore of a sex crime, particularly involving a child, I've got to outsource that work to a special prosecuting attorney outside of my office because I've lost the ability to review or decline a case like that, as the newspaper would have a field day with it if I did. So now, even though The citizens of Linn County voted overwhelmingly to have a local attorney handle our local cases. That ability has been stripped from us in a real way because of her and Brunn's interference. And the taxpayers of Linn County get to foot that bill. The county is going to have to pay the attorney general for prosecution of those cases. The county is going to have to pay for the special prosecutor to review those types of cases. Jackie Taylor has cost the county an indeterminable amount of money. And financially, it's not the only way she's hurt Linn County and its people. I don't need to tell you that it's already difficult for victims of sexual assault and abuse to come forward. One of the most commonly cited reasons is that victims believe that nothing will happen to their abuser. Now that Jackie's worked her hardest to sow distrust in me and my office without giving complete information, how many victims out there won't come forward or say anything because they've read that nothing will happen? How many more abuses will be allowed to continue or go unpunished? How many rapists might never lose their freedom because Jackie Taylor has a vendetta against me and made it appear that coming forward is futile? The damage she's done, both financially and in terms of human suffering to Linn County, can't be calculated. My only hope is that most people see these articles and personal hit pieces as drivel and fake news that they are. But we'll never know. Up until now, you haven't been given the truth by the newspaper. It's been nothing but propaganda to discredit me and bolster Brunn. I've stayed silent for over a year as I've been maligned and misreported, but now that other vulnerable people are being harmed, I have to speak up. I don't want it said that any accusations I've made here are in any way to deflect from the things I've been accused of or that are going on in my office. I stand by the decisions I've made and support Justin and his. If I had to do it all again, I would make the same decisions twice. I've read the files, I've reviewed the cases, I know the evidence, and I sleep very well at night knowing that I made the right call. Jackie hasn't, nor is anyone else speaking out against me. It's impossible to judge a case from a single affidavit filed several years ago, and to try to do so is foolish. There's a good reason our Constitution assures us a fair trial and a right to present a defense. I want to be clear that Linn County is my home. I have a wife and young children here. I want criminals and sex offenders to be put away as badly as anyone else, and I'm in a unique position to do it. But I am not God. I cannot manufacture evidence, and I have to take my cases and my fact patterns as they come. Some cases are good, and some cases have issues, particularly cases that have lingered since 2018 or 19 without actions as witnesses are lost, recant, or forget. I work with law enforcement every day, and for all of Jackie's pearl clutching, none of them are upset with the job that I'm doing. It would be very easy to be if I got to be judge, jury, and executioner, but that's not how our legal system is set up, and it's not what's allowed by our Constitution, as Jackie should know. To characterize my entire office and all of its cases by one or two examples cherry-picked by her with foreknowledge of its issues is unfair, disingenuous, and harmful to the children and victims that Jackie pretends to care for. She's caused distrust for the legal system, for the judge, and for my office. The people spoke last year when they voted, and they were clear and unambiguous. Her continued campaign against me is undemocratic, and we're all paying the price. Someday there might be another newspaper in town, and I'd like you to remember this abhorrent, repulsive behavior when it does, and what she's cost the county when it happens. Thank you very much.
You got any questions? No. You? Barton, so I wrote a couple of notes down. Where's this case going to go now?
Well, it's not clear just yet, and as I said, I can't talk about it openly. However, I will say that we, as I indicated, we're reaching out to other agencies to see if we can get another agency to take it over to get it outside the scrutiny of this office.
Okay. And I will say that I talked to Jackie Taylor on Friday and called her when I was picking up my son, because Facebook, of all places, social media, attached her article, and she says that she didn't put that article out. She didn't attach and put that article out there, but it's certainly out there. And it really frustrates me because I was sitting here and Danny was sitting here and Mike was sitting here during the health department and the march on them, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And I noticed in the paper she wrote that there's going to be a what's it called? Protest. Thank you. Outside here on a certain day, and it was in the paper, and it's in the Facebook all over, and reminders. It's in the face. And I think the last one was a relatively peaceful one, other than the phone calls. And people forget that we're human. Human beings have relatives and family members that go through this as well as they do. And this doctor his life was threatened. Our nurse's life was threatened. and there was protested in front of their houses. It's a reason for people to act silly sometimes, and maybe they're not throwing and they're trying to burn down the courthouse or anything, but certainly if all the facts aren't out there, they'll do whatever. But I think you've enlightened the community a lot more on what's really going on with the cases, and I applaud you for that. I will say that in that incident with the protest, then a doctor resigned, a doctor that served almost 20 years and served the county for free, saved us tens of thousands of dollars. And when we lost that individual, guess what? The county had to incur that amount of money and had to go forth and spend it and hire a company to do that. And the lawsuit that was brought forth by the Linn County News was a frivolous lawsuit that was dropped, and Jackie said that it wouldn't cost us anything, but it cost us, if you research it, it cost us tens of thousands of dollars to settle it. Not with Gary Thompson didn't get fat off of the deal, but the insurance certainly want their cut, and they got it for serving that. So, I mean, if stories are going to be written, and I thought the election was over in November, but apparently it's going to drag all the way out till July. And I know that she discredited you, and I know she didn't like you because she said she didn't want you to win. I know there was another attorney, Fisher, that was going to run. I'm sure he really wanted me to bring his name up, but he was considering running, and he didn't. And once you threw your name in there, you was dead meat. And I will say, for someone that had to run against the newspaper and run against the Linn County chairperson and run against someone that was financing $20,000 or $30,000 and numerous articles written continuously, not the ads, but just the articles written about how evil the commissioners were in this situation week to week was despicable. And I thought I could get over it, but I can't. And I'm really, really fed up with it. I will say that I get really mad about this, and without yelling, that's the hard part, is during the election process, I don't know what the Republicans were thinking. Our Republicans elected her as our committee chairperson for it. So she not only writes for the paper, but she's the chairperson for the Republican committee. So she's the fox in the chicken house, and she can do whatever. And I'll say why it's so important. David Lamb made this point time and time again during the election, that precinct committee person, man and woman, are so important to our community. And nobody wants to run. I understand that. And they don't. And guess what happens? When they don't run, they're appointed. And they're appointed by the Republican chair. Nominates them. We vote them in together, but if there's nobody else to vote in, we have to fill the seats. We want to fill the seats. So I find that I find that it's not right. And I also find that during the election or the appointment of the sheriffs, for example, when Paul Fila decided to retire and get out of the office, that left a vacancy, and we had to fill it. And on that night of that appointment or that vote, several people couldn't attend that. And those people that couldn't attend that was given the option to do a sealed vote. They sealed those votes. They brought them in to the election or mailed them in or brought them in, however they did it. And they were not cast. And those specific instructions on how to vote, if you're absent for that, was thrown out not by Jackie Taylor, it was thrown out by the Republican person that was in charge of collecting those votes that night. And the vote was very close. And I'm not saying that Kevin Friend wouldn't have won either way, but the point that I'm making is the committee person and the committee man and woman that weren't there didn't have the option to have their vote counted. They couldn't make the time, and it was just thrown out. Nothing was said. Jackie didn't say that she did wrong. So that upsets me. And I I would ask that we don't have her as our committee person. I hope she resigns from the office, because if there's not a conflict of interest there, I don't know what is a conflict of interest, because it's very, very disheartening. And the thousands and thousands of dollars that we've wasted on chasing this, and our election continues on. It continues on with, you won like 70% of the vote, and we're still talking about silliness like this. And not silliness of the case, but silliness of the politics that's involved in it. So I hope she resigns from that position. I don't think she belongs in that position. That's a personal view. And from your speech, your readings there, and I'm just sick and tired of it. And I'm glad that there's a new newspaper here. It's online. Hopefully that'll change. Thank goodness we have the cameras up there now, so everybody can view it that wants to view it. They can either view it now or they can view it later on. And it's not just a Linn County News perception of what goes on here, because it's disgusting. And I'm sick of it, and I don't want to have anything to do with it. So I'm done just ranting and raving over mine. You got anything?
I don't.
Yeah, I got a question. Who decided not to use his 2 votes? I mean, who's called
The-
this out?
The person that was running the Republican thing, right?
It was, and I don't remember every detail at this point without looking back, but it was the way the proxy votes were cast according to law wasn't correct, so they were not able to use them.
Yeah, I
I
don't.
believe that's what happened.
So anyway, thanks for listening to me, and we appreciate listening to you, and I hope that you're able to do something with this case.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Burton.
Yep. And with that, Sheriff, you want to come up?
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Fran, Linn County Sheriff. I'd like to talk about something a little bit more uplifting, like folks in jail.
There you go.
Currently today, we have 23 prisoners. 21 of those are in-house. And this past week, we had 8 releases. Those were from bond or court order. And we have 2 farmed out currently, and those 2 are in Bourbon County. This past week, we had 119 911 calls and 346 calls for service. One number that stuck out to me was dispatch activities. That's near 4,000 at 3,914 activities for dispatch. That's phone calls and dispatches in and out of communications from the 30th to the 5th. I broke apart the holiday weekend because everybody always wants to know how busy it was over a holiday and such. And from the 3rd to the 6th, which that'd be 8 shifts, we had 293 calls for service. That equates to about 37 calls per shift on average, and 104 911 calls in those 8 shifts from the 3rd to the 6th. So there's about 13 per shift on average there. And I guess I don't want to steal Galen's fire, but I do, because I get to speak first, so it's always good that I can help take some of that credit. But on Friday night, the ambulance, American Medical Response, had 6 calls, 6 ambulance calls within 1 hour and 15 minutes. They coordinated with Bourbon County and Johnson County to assure that everybody was transported to the proper places that they need to be, and that to me is pretty outstanding. Those and many of these numbers are numbers that we have probably never seen in Linn County when it comes to calls for service and things like that going on. And keeping in mind our lake developments in the county are just exploding. When we have 4,000 and 5,000 extra people in Tanglewood and Linn Valley, of course, Linn Valley Police is handling pretty much all of their calls. We respond to a few up there to back them, or when they get blacked out because they have no other officers available. So And also Sugar Valley, we probably had an extra couple thousand folks out at Sugar Valley this weekend. So we're seeing a lot of explosion in those lake development areas. And with our recent sales, past 2 or 3 years, selling those properties on our tax foreclosures, we're seeing a lot of those people show up. The county attended a meeting a few months back, as you guys will recall, the county officials meeting. And then Linn Valley reported to us that they had some 300 new building permits for this year. So those numbers are huge, and it just shows the expansion of our county and how that's working. So that's pretty much all I have. You heard in David's prayer this morning to please pray for a couple of our county employees who were involved in a pretty serious crash this past week. One of those employees, I think, is awaiting or has gone back into surgery this morning, and she certainly deserves our thoughts and prayers, however you may look at that. So,
Yeah, and I just heard about it this morning, so I don't know. Had you heard about it?
Heard about it this morning.
there was kind of an interesting situation with that, and maybe I shouldn't talk about it, but I'm going to because it shows humanity and what our citizens and folks who are traveling our highways are still doing. And, one of our employees suffered some very serious injuries. Both of them were seriously injured. I hope one don't take that over the other, but the one that suffered the most serious injuries, a passerby stopped before any of our medical, fire, or law enforcement arrived at the scene. And passerby was able to apply a tourniquet to one of our employees, probably, and not just my opinion, but the opinion of others, including medical staff, probably saved her life. And it just goes back to, folks who should receive training in certain situations. We never know when we're traveling down the road what we're going to encounter or have to do to help somebody. And that situation to me was pretty big. I actually had press officials reaching out to me moments after the crash because they'd heard about it. And I imagine we'll see some stories on that this upcoming week. But just makes you think about what we should be training to do and how we should be training to help other people and serve
Sure.
others. So
Great job.
That's all.
And Sheriff, I have a question. When those 6 had to respond, AMR, did you have to have 6 officers go out as well? Do they normally go out to AMR?
we had 2 on duty. So
So no.
right.
So, okay.
Yeah, our situation, I mean, I think Galen through AMR would back me on this because he said it this morning. We do a lot of medical, and I've got some guys who are pretty well trained, guys and gals both, who are pretty well trained in offering that type of service.
Good.
And we do it daily. As a matter of fact, our office, we internally teach our own AED, CPR, first aid, stop the bleed. All of those classes are offered inside of our department. We don't reach out for external trainers because we've trained people in which to do that. So our staff has been getting some pretty good training over this past year to offer those services to folks.
Thanks for all you do.
Thank you, sir.
And your officers,
I'll let them know.
your deputies.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Galen. I don't know. You might have been home, but you got a little more tan going on. You sure you didn't go to Florida or something?
No.
All right.
With all the nice weather, we have been outside a lot lately. I think the lakes are kind of had some contrast against the what I've passed out is the monthly ambulance report for Linn County for August. And before I forget, I do want to say that I regularly get feedback from my frontline supervisors that are on day and night, how much assistance that the county sheriff's office gives to them on scenes of calls, and it's just all the time. It's regular, so there's no doubt they just bring a lot to the table in terms of medical care for the community. in the capacity that they can provide it. They do an excellent job, and our ambulance crews are always saying how much of a help they are in the realm of emergency response in the county. So we definitely appreciate it.
Speaks a lot to it, because the last sheriff, you all said the same thing about too, and this one. So you work well together. So that was a reason why I had no problems
Yeah.
extending that contract out, and we appreciate it, because not always departments get along.
Sure.
In other places, I'm not talking about ours here, but I'm saying in other
No, it's
other counties that.
it's a great partnership, and the ambulance crews and the deputies. I mean, they're just doing it to take care of the patients, take care of the community. So it's really great to see that, motivation. And then, so back to the August report, we had a total medical requests of 124 for the month, and we transported out 68. I'll just go through the highlights. There was 2 requests that didn't fall into a proper city address, but there were 4 requests and 3 transports out of Blue Mountain, 3 calls and 2 transports out of Centerville, 3 calls and 1 that fell under Fontana, 1 under Fulton, 21 requests, 14 transports out of Lacine, 9 requests and 2 transports out of Linn Valley, 26 requests, 15 transports out of Mound City, and then quite a bit out of Parker for the month, 17 requests and 7 transports out of Parker, 31 and 20 transports out of Pleasanton, and then quite a few out of Prescott as well, 7 requests and 4 transports out of Prescott. The breakdown per the 3 districts is District 1 had 34 requests and 17 transports, and the average response time for requests in District 1 was 11 minutes, 11 seconds. District 2 had 45 requests and 27 transports. Average response time was 10 minutes and 29 seconds. And then District 3 had 44 requests and 23 transports, and the average response time was 17 minutes and 55 seconds. And in total, for these numbers, our average response time for all requests in the county was 13 minutes and 4 seconds. And every few months, I try to do a brief explanation of how we calculate the response time for District 3, just so everybody understands. And I forget the name of the other news outlet. Is it the Linn County Journal? They'd reached out for an explanation about that. And it was kind of a good reminder that I should provide that more frequently. So in District 3, for any call out west, for any calls that the supervisor who is in Centerville responds to, and a transporting ambulance either from Station 1 or Station 2 is also sent to respond to that call. And the way that affects how we calculate the response time is, say there's a call out of Blue Mound, and the supervisor has, and it's just theoretical but for easy math, and the supervisor has a 10-minute response time to Blue Mound, and they're there, and they're a paramedic, and they're offering life-saving care. The transporting ambulance that'd be coming from Pleasanton, let's say they have a 20-minute response time. So essentially they arrive 10 minutes after our paramedic supervisor is there getting care started and performing any life-saving procedures. And so after that's all over, the way we calculate response time is we give 10 minutes for the supervisor and 20 minutes for the ambulance, and we combine that and get an average of a 15-minute response time. So that's how that works. So in that incident, on paper, it'd say we had a 15-minute response time, but in reality, in 10 minutes, the patient had a paramedic at their side providing care. And so just wanted to provide an explanation again about how we calculate those and why the response times in District 3 look longer, is because we're assigning a response number to the ambulance that responds from the east side of the county as well. Any questions on that?
On
No, I don't have no question on that. But on the helicopter thing, how many do you guys figure a month for that? I mean, do you guys have a number for that?
It's, since we started tracking, I could give you an average, but it seemed like anywhere from like 4 to 6 on average. So for this month was high. I'll drop down to that. We had 8 patients transported out by helicopter. 3 of those patients were suffering a stroke or a significant neurological impairment. 2 patients were suffering a heart attack or another significant cardiac related event. 2 were traumas, and I believe both those were motor vehicle accidents on the highway. And then 1 was a significant overdose that kind of falls under like a neurological emergency. So that was a breakdown for patients flown out by helicopter and the categories they fell in. For the month of August, our total ambulance unit hours, we were scheduled to have 1,488. We had 1,487. So we're staffed up to 99.9% of our expected in-service unit hours. Any other questions about this report? And then I just have a few other things.
No.
We completed our interview process and hiring process for our open supervisor position. And we offered the job, and it was accepted by a gentleman named Virgil Swanson. He has a lot of years of really quality experience, both from Johnson County, from the county ambulance service, as well as from, I believe, Mitchell County, which is a rural county, I believe in like north central Kansas. So it has some really good experience in both busy urban systems and rural EMS systems as well. So he brings a lot of great experience to the table, especially in the area of training and education. So we're really excited to have him on board. So he'll start his in-field training. He'll start his in-class training and then in-field training this week. And so he'll do a number of ride-alongs with our current supervisors and with our field training officers to get familiarized with the county and roadmap and navigating the county and everything unique to Linn County. So we're really excited to have him on board, and it was a good quick process. As you recall, last time we went several months before we were able to fill the supervisor position. So it, put a lot of overtime on our crews to step in and provide coverage. So this time it'll only be a couple of weeks where other supervisors are pitching in to provide coverage. So we're happy that it went pretty quickly. And I think that's all I have so far for this month. We're at 15 transports so far in September. So that's what's happening in AMR. And over the weekend, one of our crews delivered a baby in the ambulance on the way to the hospital.
Cool.
Successfully. So we're going to get them some stork pins for their uniforms. But that went well. And I think dispatch got to hear the baby crying in the background. So that was neat.
Good.
Any questions for AMR?
No,
I don't have any, thank you.
thanks, Gabe.
All right. Have a good
Appreciate
week.
it.
Yep.
I'll read them.
I can. Let's see. File air calls from August 31st to September 6th. Year to date's 319 calls. Weekly was motor vehicle accidents 2, rubbish fire 1, medical assist 2, landing zone 1. Weekly total is 6.
Good. Appreciate those numbers. Okay, we're going to walk over there here in just a second, but you're standing back there, ma'am, and I don't know you. So are you wanting to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
She's with the Southeast Kansas
Come on up.
Multi-County.
I won't make you suffer through this for another 20 minutes or 30 minutes. Just say your name and,
I'm
Start
Becky
off.
Johnson,
okay?
from the SDK Multi-County Health Department. Good morning.
Good morning.
Board of Commissioners. Thank you for inviting me here this morning. And anyway, I'm the Administrator and Health Officer for SEK Multi-County Health Department. It's nice to be here today. I enjoyed growing up here in Linn County and went to school here at Jayhawk Linn. My parents still live here, and my family and I visit whenever we get a chance. The SEK Multi-County Health Department has been an organization for 50 years this year. We cover Allen, Anderson, Bourbon, and Woodson counties, and formerly Linn County from 1971 to 2006. Linn County withdrew from SEK in 2006 when the mill levy was increased. Historically, our organization had requested a certain percent of the mill levy. For several years before I started, and since I've been working here, we have requested a certain dollar amount from each county rather than a percentage. Our counties contribute between $31,000 to $115,000 yearly to assist their county health department. SEK offers approximately 70 services to our residents, and these fall under family planning, can be healthy screenings, school physicals, adult physicals, immunizations, blood pressure and blood glucose screenings, referrals, Healthy Start home visitor, WIC, breastfeeding education and counseling, STD testing and treatment, lab draws, disease investigation, and child care licensing. We currently hold the child care licensing grant for Linn County. We also contract with your dietitian for WIC. For those of you who have not worked with the local health department grant, if you do not apply for your county's grant, then another, such as WIC or child care licensing, another county health department may apply, and that's been the case for child care licensing for your county. As the local health officer, I handle reports of rabies and the investigations, sewer problems, nuisances, sources of other diseases, and sanitation. SEK shares one medical director, health officer / administrator, regional public health emergency preparedness coordinator, accountant, and billing clerk. Each office has one nurse and one clerk. We have one home visitor that covers Allen and Anderson counties and one that covers Bourbon and Woodson counties. We also have a nurse that is the WIC coordinator, and we have a dietitian. Due to efforts still needed for the pandemic, we have been able to maintain 3 temporary staff to assist where needed with schools and long-term cares for COVID-19 related issues. Our board consists of one commissioner, a provider, and a consumer from each county, and we meet monthly on the last Tuesday of the month and rotate meeting locations. And because of the pandemic, we have made it possible for board members to attend via Zoom from your phone or your computer. Public health is a specialty all its own. Public health has many more trainings than are required than the average healthcare job. Trainings range from disease investigation and control to FEMA and incident command, to vaccine for children program and packaging and shipping of dangerous goods. We have a wide range of knowledge and expertise in many different areas. SEK partners with many organizations and entities in our counties, the surrounding counties, our region, and the state level. We also have worked extensively with some organizations in Missouri over the last year. These partnerships and friendships have been very beneficial to us through the years and through this pandemic. We try to maintain a well-balanced give and take relationship with our partners. And if you do a comparison of funding for health departments across the state, SEK asks for very little from their counties. Only one county health department in Kansas, which is Lyon County, is run by an FQHC, which is a federally qualified health care center. And that county provided approximately $666,000 this last year to that FQHC to run it. Looking at some surrounding counties, annual funding for health departments are as follows. Crawford County, $556,000. Franklin County, $423,000. Coffee, $371,000. Neosho, $198,000. Our staff are employed by our organization. We carry our own insurance and liability insurance. We own our own buildings and apply for grants through KDHE that help aid our services that we provide. I am here today to make an informal proposal. It has been brought to my attention that the administrator of your county health department has resigned and that you may be considering other options. The way I see it, you have two options. You could hire a new administrator, I think that closes on the 8th, for applications, and continue down the same path you're on. Or what I am proposing is that you use one of your current nurses as an interim administrator until you contract with SEK Multi-County Health Department, a more seasoned health department organization who can continue with the majority of your services and save your county a significant amount of money. I have a vested interest in Linn County and want to see its residents' tax dollars used wisely. Linn County residents need a health department that has expertise in their field and are prepared for public health situations as they arise. One they can count on for their children's needs and family services, and one that has been proven trustworthy for health-related questions and family support. SEK Multi-County Health Department would like to be that trusted provider for Linn County and are sure we can save your residents money along the way. And thank you for your time. Do you have any questions for me?
I'm sure we do.
I'm the one that reached out to her just
Okay.
because we're in a transitional time and I'm looking to save as
Well, I've been gone for 3 weeks, so I'm kind of out of the loop on everything.
Okay, I have a question. So your proposal would be to take over our health department building and facilities and staff and everything?
I'd have to probably talk to, it's been kind of short notice. I'd have to probably talk to my board a little bit further about.
Would you get rid of the current employees that were there, or would you say,
I would try to utilize them as much as I can. I'd probably have to take a good look at what you have, first of all. Like I said, most of our health departments are run by one nurse and a clerk. And so, it just kind of depends on what your layout is right now and what is exactly needed for this county. I could see some rearranging and also sharing of staff between some of our counties, like we do currently, so especially with like our home visitors.
you know, that would cause a lot of nervousness now that you just said that. People would be worried about. Are you going to make a proposal, or are you going to?
I plan to, but
Okay.
anyway, I wasn't exactly planning to come.
Not today,
It
but
was-
not today.
yeah.
I know it was just for general information,
and
right?
that's all I wanted to.
And I would actually like to invite you to our next board meeting. I don't know if that's possible, but our board has asked that, and it's on the last Tuesday, like I said, the last Tuesday of the month. They would like you to come if you can, or even just send one representative.
Each county would have 3 people represented on the board, right?
So it would be like one of you, a provider, and a consumer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk to Gary about it later on, to some of our options, and
I brought, in case you'd like it, I brought our resolution, our most recent resolution, I guess, and then bylaws, and then our original ones, if you were would like a copy of those. And the original ones had Linn County on those. So anyway, and then I brought you something too to have. There's-
Becky, I thank you for your time coming.
oh,
Do you need to go out to the health department and kind of check out what they got going on? And
I don't know, but I mean, they didn't know I was coming. so
Yeah,
I'm
probably
sure
not
that
today.
would be a-
appropriate.
Yeah.
you might scare a lot of people.
Yeah. So anyway, I'd be very
If you
interested
get to the
in
point of asking for a formal,
Offer
proposal, then that would be the time she'd want to look and see what was there.
If we ask for a formal proposal, how long does it take for you to get that?
Well, I've never had to ask for one of these kind of proposals before, so I'd probably have to get my lawyer involved and try to write up some kind of a contract. So, I mean, it's been done before, but not by me. So,
Okay.
give me a little bit of time. If you kind of give me an idea of what you'd be looking at, I could.
Let us talk to
Okay,
our attorney about it.
sure.
See what. Thank you so
Do
much.
you have any other
You
questions
could
for me?
probably do it within 30 or 60 days.
Yes.
when's her last day?
So it'd just be a yearly cost that just, we'd be on a set fee.
appointed.
For a year.
Yeah, it's every year, and the contract renews in May.
Why is the amount so, seems,
Probably from years past because of the amount of the population.
okay,
So like Woodson County, they're at 31,000. They have a population of, I think, 3,100. So
okay.
anyway,
All right.
you're more than welcome to reach out to
How
the
big
other
is Bourbon
commissioners.
County? How many people?
For what?
14,500, I believe, something close to that. Yeah.
Okay.
And you said you have 2 people running that? I think we have, what, 6 or 7 in ours?
Our Allen County office is our hub. Because I live closer to Bourbon County, I work out of that office, but historically the administrator has worked out of the Allen County office. So we have we have a nurse, a clerk, we have a 1 day a week WIC coordinator, we have a home visitor, our emergency preparedness coordinator. She also works some from home, and then our accountant. That's out of there. And then my Woodson County office has a nurse and a clerk, Allen County nurse and a clerk. And then my Bourbon County office has myself, a nurse and a clerk, and then a home visitor. And she covers Bourbon and Woodson. And then my home visitor in Allen covers Allen and Anderson.
And that's a county of 14,000, you said, right?
Okay.
And then we have, I mentioned we have some temporary staff hired, and they're nurses, and 2 are working with 2 county schools, and then 1 is also working with the long-term cares. And then I have a nurse over the weekend that covers our cases as we come in for COVID. So that way we have through the week and then the weekend covered as well. So, and I'm on call 24/7. So if you need me, I'm always there. So
Okay.
anyway,
Thank you for coming in.
yeah,
Appreciate
thank
it.
you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Take care.
It's almost 10 o'clock, and at 10 o'clock, I'd like to go out and do our tour of the building, which we've got on schedule, so I know some of you haven't got to go yet. But I would like to ask, before we do that, we were supposed to decide on a CUP for Sakers Towing. However, Pleasanton City Council meets tonight, and they will make a decision, I understand, may make a decision whether they want to wrap that up and
Should I go to that? I know I was on Zoom when you guys were here last week, and I mean, I'd been kind of out of the loop on a lot of stuff, and I think one of you guys might have tried calling me or something, and I've been really behind, so I haven't had a chance to call you back, but I'm with Pleasant, and I think Teresa came in after you guys left last week, right?
yeah, she did.
So should I be, I mean,
It's up to, you can go. I mean, I don't know that you need to really speak or anything, but
What we need out of Pleasanton is to know, are they going to annex this
Yeah.
property or not? I mean, there's really very little point proceeding with a CUP today if they're gonna annex.
that's
the
what
property, at
he's
least.
exactly right. And that's what I was thinking.
But
I disagree with that.
I understand.
well, at this point, your options are, as I would say, to continue this discussion to next week, or to act on the recommendation from the planning commission, either by accepting their recommendation to grant the CUP as they proposed it,
Right.
or
Sending it back.
or you could send it back and ask them to reconsider specific issues.
Okay.
So those are, I'd say, are your options at this point.
Okay. So, yes.
Last week, you spoke about one of your concerns had to do with the property owners, and I think that was your main concern. And that was an issue that we actually addressed at the location we're at, as well as the previous location in the city, contacted the owners of the property, and one of them was willing to come down here today, works in Kansas City. I didn't necessarily think it was necessary, but we reached out to these people, and there was no issue with them.
No issue with them? Okay.
No issue, either one of them at either location.
Well, that's good to know.
Concerning the zoning.
You talking about the landowner north of you?
That's it.
I talked to the landowner at the property you're looking at to the south. I talked to him and, just asked him what his, because this was before you guys even came here, and I'd asked him about it. And he just pretty much said like, you know, he'd be okay with it as long as it didn't interfere with his business and you guys kept it clean. That was his only concern. I mean, he really said if I would have had a chance, I should have just bought it if I didn't want you guys there, is what he said. But he said, he's like, as long as you guys kept it clean, he wouldn't have too big of an issue with it.
So we've got two things you can do. We can either act on, vote to accept it, or turn it back to the planning and zoning, or we can wait and see the results of what Pleasanton wants to do, the city council. What's your thoughts?
I think I'd like to wait and see what Pleasant does.
That's fine.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Do we need a
I
motion?
think you need a motion to continue this, topic and discussion to the next.
All right, I'll make a motion that we continue this, after the Pleasanton City Council meets next week on the CPU for Sakers Towing, which right now is within the county, and we're waiting on a decision for that. So that's my motion.
Tonight.
I'll second it.
Moved and second, all in favor? And we'll go into recess, and we're going to tour the building. You're all welcome to go over to the trailer. You get hard hats and stay with the group, or you'll get eaten up. All right, my motion is to go into recess for 30 minutes. We'll resume at 10:31. That's my motion.
I'll second it.
Moved and second, all in favor? Aye.
Well, you guys be at Pleasant. Sorry, Rick. I'm going to recess until when?
10:31. I don't know why I said 10:31, but I did.
Maybe tonight after before the meeting. No, it's
Do you go over there all the time, Sheriff? You going to go with us?
It's the last three, so we're. There's more to this than what's going on. No, I mean more to than even. This is a game somebody's playing. You know what's going on over Pleasant? Well, that's pretty obvious. Well, they're not gonna want to get their meeting now. I know it. I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be ugly. This is bullshit. They're getting pushed around for months. I mean, seriously, this is a business I run, and it's like nobody cares. You know, we keep getting put off and put off and stuff. Well, that's great. I want everybody to know that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Seriously, thank you.
We'll discuss tonight. You know, I'd like to just meet with you. I'd like to meet with you guys.
I'd like to have one. Oh, I will keep it civil. I mean, I'm happy, but if you can tell, I'm pretty happy. And you know, I'm not mad. People think the way I'm acting right now, I'm mad. I'm not mad. You understand? I'm adamant about where our position is in this property. And I feel like we're being pushed around.
Well, hopefully we can get you guys, pretty quick line, and, sorry that, I was meaning to call you back, I got your voicemail, and then, but I'm about a month behind because I got a few businesses myself, so
I understand.
I'm not wild. So.
Well, I appreciate that because I kind of wanted to wait.
Yeah, so I apologize. And,
that's all right. I really was just wanting to get your feelings about it.
Yeah, let's talk, if I get some time before the meeting, I'll call you and talk to you, because I don't want to, if something happens, I don't want to.
We just
talk before that.
I do too. So, I mean, if you've got time, I don't know what time the meeting is this evening.
Probably 6 or something. I'll find out.
I mean, want to give me a call around 5 o'clock or something.
Okay, that'll work for me. All right, nice to meet you guys. So we're gonna go through this.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
See you guys.
And tell your friends, the other commissioners, you promised us last week that they would vote on this today.
I
think that on record that we will vote on this next week. That's the exact words.
I take blame for that, though, because I haven't been able to have the opportunity to keep up. I want you to fair opportunity.
No. Mr. Rick, yeah.
We want what's best for you guys and in the county. So we'll figure this out. And, I know you guys have a lot of personal.
Well, what it boils down to is property rights. Think about this. We went through the application process, submitted the paperwork, sent out the notices to everybody in the area. Nothing came back. We had the city of Pleasanton that didn't want him to put anything on his property that he owned in Pleasanton. the natives did.
You have a property on South Sixth Street, by the tracks?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so here we are 6 months later, fighting the same battle with the county.
I think we find out, but we're just trying to keep cash. So, you know,
It's politics, is what it is.
yeah, well, I want what's best for you guys, and I don't want to ever turn away any kind of tax anything that's,
Hard that long. Oh, so you had to go with it.
I can't get away. Can't really get away.
I got a couple more. I got another minute or so. You wore your coat all the way over there? You cold? Really?
They gave back care of took my shirt off.
I'll bet you'd be on Facebook.
We're live.
Here's a copy of, the, stuff that she brought. One set up.
These all-
That's yours. Yeah, one's
One
that.
for each of you. No,
Is that,
that's one for each of you, one of these for each of you.
that's a lot.
And, brought the old resolution and the current resolution applied
From there?
from their joint up.
Okay.
Multi-county. Oh, yeah, the joint resolution, or the current resolution also includes the bylaw.
Okay. All right, it looks like it's time to resume.
You have the numbers from the health department, if you want to look at that, they were emailed in.
Okay.
I think there's 2 pages for everybody.
So the total positive cases is 90. 1,106 have recovered from it, with a total of 1,213 cases and 17 deaths. Jessica, you got something?
had a comprehensive plan meeting last week.
Do you have I'm sorry, what?
A comprehensive plan meeting?
Okay, did you have enough people?
Yeah.
Okay,
What do you mean?
go ahead.
We have, I brought packets for you guys. This is the information that they've been, the committee members. I have included, we're going to do a second survey. I've given you each a few to hand out to people, if you would. That I believe is going to go live today. We're going to leave it open for 2 weeks. We're going to try to get into schools with this. We're going to, Sean is going to take it to the senior centers. The plan is to send it out with the Meals on Wheels to try and get as many people as we can involved. So we're going to try to get a better result this time. The committee members are all going to try to get, I don't remember if it was 10 or 15 paper surveys done to turn back in each. So, if you're out talking to people, or if you have someone contact you that has, some good ideas, you might hand them a survey.
Can they get these and do these online?
Yep.
One page for the.
Yep.
Okay.
One page front and back. We tried to make it easy.
And then once it's done you can actually click and put your yes or very important.
Yes, I think that Pam has that all done. I don't have the web address yet today.
Okay.
Do
But
it online or.
yep, online or on paper. There's also a timeline in there. We're pushing really hard to try and get the comprehensive plan portion done by December, by the end of the year. So,
Okay. So what happens after you get enough surveys back, hopefully? What's the next step?
The surveys. So this survey is really to help gain. We want to know which. So we got 10 or 12. I don't know exactly how many are on there. I don't remember.
Right, you're fine.
Important topics that the community brought up, the committees brought up. Now we want to see which ones of those rise to the top. We want to narrow it down to 5 or 10 that we really focus on and create goals out of those topics for the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
So that's the goals of that. That's what this survey is for, is to see if we can get some that rise to the top for the community. The committee will then go through and kind of help evaluate which ones, based on the survey results, are more important, and then we will write them into the comprehensive plan.
And so everyone had a little bit of buy-in on how these were put on?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Jennifer has been amazing to work with,
Okay, good.
with IBTS. She's the new representative that's working on our comprehensive survey. She's very responsive. She's got lots of good ideas. She created the survey based on input from the committee. She's just been awesome.
So as an example, like on the last question, and they pick 3, if they pick one like improve support services for elderly and veterans. So they check that box.
Yeah.
And 2 more. What's that going to tell the committee they should focus on? What's that going to do for the committee?
So then we'll, depending on how many people pick that, if that kind of rises to the top, that'll be a goal to write into the comprehensive plan. Now, that's not to say that the committee will say this is exactly how you reach this goal or something of that sort, but it will be, this is the department that
You should work for.
will find out ways to, bring services of this sort to the community, something like that.
Okay. Anybody got any questions? And when's your next meeting?
It will be, so we are going to wait until the survey is done and Jennifer can compile the results. So the next meeting will be towards the end of the month for this.
Okay, good.
Okay?
You feel like you're gaining,
Yes.
moving forward?
Yes.
Okay.
I also need probably 5 minutes of trade secrets.
Okay. Did anybody have any questions on this? Nope. I feel good about it now. A lot
Me
better
too.
than it was.
Yep.
David, did you have anything else right now? You do, you have roofs.
I've got some bids to talk about. Also Morgan's been in with a couple of personnel deals. Come on over pretty quick.
Okay. And will you need any time at all?
Yes, I'll need at least 15 minutes for legal.
Need 10 personnel.
Okay. Well, you need trade secrets, how long? We're gonna, okay.
So we're gonna do 5 for trade secrets
10 for personnel
and personnel.
so far, 15 for legal so far.
15 legal, and this is not personnel what I was talking about on this 10 then, or?
No, it's not. So how much?
So I just sent her a message that we should be ready pretty quick, so why don't we tack another 10 on that, on the personnel, and make it 20?
20? Okay,
So with that, I have 40 minutes lined up.
okay, we can do that. Can we open these bids, get this resolved before we go?
I thought that the health department joined CHC. Said never went there.
So Sean was looking for bids for the roof on the,
Senior center, was senior
that's
center.
becoming an ambulance
Ambulance.
station.
Mhm.
These are not sealed bids. He emailed them to me. He's unable to be here today. So, we have 2. We have one from Rock and H Construction.
Are we okay with that?
I think so. I felt like that since we got a contractor already working on the building, we would have been fine with just a single source bid.
Okay.
But since he sent it out to at least one, I think he sent it out to 2.
Yeah, and these are the only 2 we got back.
Okay,
So-
can you just read them?
So I think
So, okay, so we have a bid from Rock and H Construction for $6,350. And we have one from McCool Roofing for $8,405.57.
Okay.
Are they kind of the same? I bet they sound like the price difference, just one's mobilization and demobilization, probably.
The one from Rock and H on his description says tear off existing roofing, dispose of debris, install new drip metal, valley metal, and vents, install new synthetic felt, install new Owens Corning true definition, maybe shingles. It's abbreviated, but he's got $3,250 for materials and $3,100 for labor. The one from McCool lists, I think, a little more out than that. It's remove existing shingles, re-nail any loose wood. If any bad or rotten wood is discovered, would be replaced at $75 a sheet. Install the synthetic underlayment, install starter shingles along gutters and valleys, install laminated shingles per specs, install ridge chip and ridge shingles, replace vents, pipe flashings, chimney flashings,
He's pretty good, isn't he?
clean up all job-related debris, provide 5-year workmanship warranty on all items completed. States that crews are licensed and insured, and crews will maintain safety requirements. And I don't see it's not really broken down between materials and labor on that. He's got different items listed on the description, but it's a total price for each item. It doesn't distinguish between the materials.
Did they talk about warranties in either one of them?
The one from McCool says a 5-year workmanship warranty. On Rock and H, all materials guaranteed as, or to be as specified. That's not a guarantee on the work. Above work is to be performed in accordance with the drawings and specs submitted. Does state that they carry work comp and liability insurance. You don't see anything else about it.
Did Sean provide written specs to them to bid on? That's.
I don't think he did,
I don't really.
because you know the difference in some of the shingles and, yeah.
Yeah, that's the habit we've got to get into, is providing a written spec bid on, so everybody is bidding the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. What do you want to do on these? You
It
want to
sounds
wait?
like McCool's just a little higher, probably just because of mobilization and demobilization. And it sounds like work-wise, he had a lot. He was pretty
The Rocket Acre is the one that's doing the rest of the building.
They're doing the rest of the building. That's probably why they,
Yeah, I mean, no mobilization and demobilization. So it sounds like their bids are pretty.
so should we let, pass it with the
Caveat that we verify the.
type of shingles?
Type of shingles.
Yeah.
If it's fine, if you want to do that.
Is that something you'd
We
want to
need to
do?
verify that we're talking apples to apples on the shingles. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, because you can get some
Right. Yeah,
roll
like-
roofing up there.
Yeah,
Are you okay with doing that and passing it with verification that
to
the,
make sure the cheaper
shingle?
bid is
Yeah.
the same shingle, yeah.
He said, this is what Rock and H, just because I asked him what the warranty, he said it would be using own scoring through true definition, which is a 30-year, 130 mile an hour limited warranty and a 10-year labor warranty.
So his warranty's better than the,
so while we're in there, you can text the other one and ask him. Can he do that?
It was in there.
His
Huh?
was
his
in there.
is a 5-year.
Yeah, his said
But-
5-year on.
On labor only, right?
Workmanship.
That's it.
No, I know the material.
The material,
It comes with the product.
The material.
And they're typically 30 years, I think, on a lot of the shingles, unless you just buy.
Let's buy a 40-year.
So somebody, so if we're satisfied with it, we can just pass it and move on, or not pass it at all, whatever.
I'll make the motion to accept the cheaper bid and then
Okay, and what's the cheaper bid? Who's that company with?
Rock and H, and that one was 6,350.
Do you have any objections to that at all?
Me? No, I was second that.
Yeah. Been moved and seconded that we, hire, H and Rock and H, Construction, who's currently working on the project at the cost of $6,350.
He says same material will be used on the garage and breezeway as well.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Done.
Give you a copy of that, David. I'll get the contract.
I actually have it in an email. I'll just email to you if that will work. You just want the one from.
Yeah, just the winning bid.
And I'd like to get us a list of contractors. We talked about this to where anybody that was
A vendor's list.
vendors list where, if we had a roof job come up, that we just send it out to- and then everybody that's on there, and every year, then we could update it. I mean, even though we put it in the paper, right, but
I think what we want to do is announce that we're going to do that, and anybody that wants to be on it would need to send in their details.
Do we have to do a special ad in the paper each time? If we have a vendors list, could we just put it in the commissioner meeting notes and then they read it, or do we have to do an actual ad?
Still has to be
I
advertised.
think you still want to advertise it.
Yeah.
But
do we need to break it down like heating and air and just, all things? or-
I think it's just an opinion. Now, maybe you'd say, when they contact us to get on the list, they identify what trades they're want to be considered. I mean, there's some people who would be considered in more than one trade, some would not.
Right.
Let them identify, say, I do roofing, I do concrete, I do.
Well, I think it's simplify it for us and give us more options.
No,
I like the idea. Yeah, I like it.
I heard you talking about that last week. That was a great idea.
He comes up with one every once in a while.
Every now and again. There's some jobs I can't bid on unless I'm on their vendors list. Like
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Blue Valley School District, you can't get on. I mean, unless you're.
Yeah.
It takes a long time to get on it.
Yeah, would you forward me those emails or texts that,
Yeah.
that, has those details on the roofing and so on?
All right, we ready to go into executive session then? I'm going to make a motion that we go into executive session for 15 minutes for legal, 20 minutes total for personnel, and 5 minutes for trade secrets. That's my motion. Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye. I just thought you'll never be done in 5 minutes.
Did you say more than 5 on the trade secret?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Leaving everybody else alone. See?
All right, we're all back and we're getting ready to do just in a second, some resolutions here. And what else do we have? David, you got anything else other than
You
the?
have a couple other things. Give me just a second here to get
Okay.
organized on these numbers.
Gary, did you have anything else today? Okay.
Okay. You want to talk about the other things I had? And then
Sure.
Resolution? Okay. We talked about the bids on the roof. We got that taken care of. Sometime recently, Danny Nation had talked to me about, we thought we needed to get some work done on the bathroom downstairs in the courthouse. The floors is a lot of it, but just there's quite a bit of work.
It is, yeah.
done on it.
Yeah.
And he asked me about getting bids, and I said, well, it wouldn't hurt to get some ideas of what we've got going. He reached out to 5 different contractors about replacing the floor surface and doing various other work down there. He only had one that even gave him a bid on it. So I didn't know if this was something you guys wanted to pursue and look into.
Is this something he can't do, or is something he too busy on, or is it a wood floor? Is that what he's doing, or just linoleum, or what?
Commercial vinyl is what he looked at on here.
Okay.
Just laying vinyl in the bathroom.
Yeah, but it is a little different than the standard stuff.
Well, I remember when he did do that before, and it looked really good for a while. It's just, I know what it looks like now too.
And this is, I think there's it's called MAP Elastic Aqua Defense that goes under it, and there's a M-Guard adhesive. I think there's some things with this that make it hold up better in a damp environment. But anyway, he does have one bid for it, but that was all he was able to get. So I don't know if we want to look into some more advertising, or if it's even a project you're interested in doing.
No, I think we probably need to do something because it'll be
So
we're going to keep the courthouse. So
I'm thinking we probably should have some specs of some type, because I don't know what he started with.
Did Rick or Sean look at it?
Danny gave it directly to me, so I don't know that he's even talked to anybody else.
So probably needs to talk to Sean about it, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
And then I don't know that if we're going to keep the courthouse, which we are, would it be better to replace it with tile? It's a really small bathroom that's lasts a lot longer, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. I said this is the 2 downstairs ones. The basement.
Yeah.
Oh, way down.
Yeah. No, the one they actually did some work on.
Did they
the
do some
upstairs
recent work to the
recently,
one? Okay.
And it's in pretty good shape now.
Okay.
These are the downstairs ones. There's a men's and a women's, and there's a hallway there around them. So it's a much bigger space and more to it.
Okay. I haven't been down there in a long time.
So
Maybe we get done for the.
we get with Sean and Danny together and talk about this and see what we need to go from there.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
Another thing we had is we had advertised for a nurse at the health department. Now, this is not the administrator position. This was an open position we had for a nurse because one we had hired resigned, and this was the grant funded nurse position.
Right.
They did interview for that last week, and we have Amber Minshew, who is currently working for us part-time over there, had applied, and they offered the job to her. She's an LPN. She was making $20.0945 per hour in a part-time position, which typically without the benefits,
Yeah, I got you.
I mean, it's not out of line for an LPN position anyway. But what we had in this position before was higher than that, but she's willing to accept the full-time position at that same wage. So we'd like to get that approved to move her from part-time to full-time with no change in salary.
With benefits.
But yeah, she'd be eligible for our full-time benefits.
Hey, are you in favor of that or not?
And it's a grant funded position.
Right.
How long does the grant last? Do you know?
Through next year, I believe, was the original deal with that grant. It's the same position we've been talking about for a while, because we'd hired somebody and then something came up and that didn't work out. So it's been vacant again. And
Okay. Thoughts?
I don't have a problem with that, that's
Do
fine.
you have a problem with it?
Is it something that we need to do right now, or?
Yeah.
I think we could go ahead and get it taken care of, yeah.
Yeah, I have no issue with that. I'd make a motion to hire Amber Minchu at what David stated.
It's 12D 20.0945.
I'll second it.
Been moved and seconded that we hire this individual. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Let me make sure there's nothing else I'm missing before we get to those resolutions. I think I forwarded some information to all of you from our county appraiser and from PVD, so this was probably
Yeah,
Friday.
I actually reached out and talked to Kathy.
So,
Yeah,
yeah, but
very
Kathy
good
would like to
conversation.
talk to all of you individually about some
And
stuff.
if you haven't talked to her, you need to talk, if you would, give her some time and talk to her about those emails that came out on it, because they affect the county and they're important, and she just wants to explain what's going on there.
Was that those in the 4 pages you sent us the other day, David?
There's like 3 different documents, I think,
Right.
2 or 3, something like that.
I looked them over, but I haven't talked to her yet. I'll call her.
I spent a fair amount of time with her the other day, kind of going through all that information too, but she definitely would like to talk to all of you when you have time to come by her office and kind of look at some of that information. All right, are we ready for the resolutions? So we've got 2 here. The first one Gary had prepared was on the Kansas-Nebraska National Heritage Area. That one would be resolution 2021-24. And then 25 would be the one on the opposing the federal government 30 by 30 land preservation.
It'd be 25, you said?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept this resolution number 2021-24, which is the Kansas-Nebraska National Heritage Area. And then resolution, does it need to be 2 different ones or? Okay, then resolution number 2021-25 is a 30 by 30 land preservation goal. Just like to, that's my motion that we accept these as
Both resolutions oppose those.
opposing.
I'll second that.
And what we're talking about, and this will be provided to the newspapers, these are resolutions proposed, the Heritage and both the 3030 land grab is the Linn County and its commissioners are opposed to that. So with that said, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have numbered the ones that they're still stapled together, which is fine. I can pull them out later to scan. Page 2 and then the back page are where the signatures. So
Wait, will you sign that? I gotta run.
you can sign off on those and I will get that scanned into our minutes.
Can't keep a hold of him today, can we?
On to go, isn't it?
Yeah. What else you got? Anything else?
I think that takes care of it for what I had today. And I'll get a hold of some supervisors to get them in at noon next week where we can talk about some items coming up. And I'll also work on some information on health department costs and get that out to you this week.
Jesse, you're here. Can you wrap it up in about 10 minutes? Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay, Jesse Willard. I'm just here to continue discussion about last week, about a question. Getting a question on the ballot concerning elderly care. With our discussion, I thought our agreement was to find a statute by Friday morning. You said you would bend over backwards and we would work together. He's going to communicate on Friday to beat the deadline of the ES&S. I got with private counsel, my expense to do my part, brought the statutes to Gary in the morning as he asked. And those kind of state that I think it's possible that we could get a question on the ballot and we could move forward with this with your participation. So I'm just here to to find out how your participation went on Friday and if we beat the deadline or what our thoughts are on this question.
Well, I don't think we didn't even get close to the deadline. The discussion that you and I had was I would do everything I could. And Tuesday we would talk about it. And you sent me a text saying that you'd like a special meeting. Unfortunately, I was gone, so there couldn't have a special meeting. And you sent it, I think it was sent out, I don't know if you sent it to the other commissioners, but, so no, there's not a way to get it on the ballot right now. Okay? And I will speak because we talked about this. The county is not in favor, the commissioners is not in favor of having a county-run nursing home. Okay? With that said, so we're not interested in that. And at this point, now I just want to address this, and it's already been a long day.
Yeah,
We're not interested in anything else other than you carrying a petition. In other words, we're basically done talking about the issue completely. Carry the petition, get your 51% or whatever's required, and we'll have to do something, but we're not interested in it.
Okay, the structure of your petitions make it almost impossible to put something like this
But
together.
it's not impossible. It's been done. I know it's been done. So. And it's not an opportunity to get it on
The reason I text you about a special meeting, because I was under the understanding that that was the procedure that you guys would have to take, and you're the chairman.
Right.
Would have had to call that meeting.
right.
When we talked about communications, that's exactly.
And I had talked to Joey as well about it. We started with a bond issue too. It just got all sidetracked. So
We were talking about discussing different ways that it's possible to do that, and it is possible.
Let's be clear when you say it is possible. The only statute that you brought under which it would be possible would be a mill levy for a county-owned nursing home. That's the only one you brought. And that's what he's saying. They don't want a county nursing home.
No.
So there is no other statute, apparently, that would allow it to go on things. So don't say there is if there isn't.
Well, but there's also statutes to go with that to allow you guys to contract and lease for operations and.
But that's assuming that you have made the decision to have a county nursing home.
And that decision is the commissioner's decision, and that's why I'm asking is if they would put that, and essentially all that is a fund that goes on the county line item. Is that correct?
Well, it could be as simple as the creation of a nursing home by resolution, an agreement to fund it and be responsible for it.
Yeah, well, and that would be the idea is instead of moving the funding
But I think
by creating.
I think Rick was saying that they don't want to do that.
Kind of where I'm at, Jesse, is, I don't know what's happened the last few weeks. I tried paying attention, but it just didn't work out for me. But like I've told you multiple times, I'm in favor of the petition and doing the hospital district that way. And I'm more than happy to help you any way I can. I've told you that many times. I'm not really understanding what's going on, what question, all this stuff that's happened in the last 2 weeks. So, but like I said, I'm in favor of the petition, hold the petition, like you and I had talked. That's kind of where I'm at on it.
Can I explain real brief what this statute explains that
Well, we
maybe you
talked
could
about
tell
it.
me
I mean,
why you don't are not in favor of the county
Gary's
side?
mentioned it. We've talked about it.
Is the county still not liable, no matter what your petition is, the county's still liable?
Is that your belief?
Well,
Is that your belief?
if we go do a petition and we do a
Is that your belief? Is the county still liable if doing what you're talking about doing? That's what I want to know.
Are they liable in any way?
Is it liable for any part of this?
I think the hospital district comes to you guys for approval.
there's
in
no
your-
There's no district.
What you're
What you're talking
no
about
district
doing,
at all.
is the county liable for the,
No, what this statute allows is for you guys to make a county line item to fund through the county line item versus a hospital district that's off to the side.
We understand that.
So
Gotcha.
you guys
liable
really,
for what
well,
you're talking
if
about?
you guys
You or
sign-
me? Or us?
well, I would say however you structure the lease, which the building, if you guys lease the building, then however you structure the lease. I would say if I were you, I would try to put the responsibility off on whoever owns the building and whoever wants to do the operations. Because the idea is for you
Off of
guys.
your statute, though, who is liable for it?
Well,
Who's
you
getting
have to
sued
you
if
have to
something
make a
happens?
resolution to get the question on the ballot. And then once you do that, then you would establish the leases and agreements, and that's where you would share the responsibility.
I don't want to be responsible for it. So
What's wrong-
As far as
Let me ask you this, because you and I have talked about it many times, and I've told you 100 times where I'm at on it, and it's the petition. What's so wrong about carrying the petition? Why don't you want to do that?
Well, because you have a unequal division in your county as far as the petition. I mean, you have Lincoln and Scott that has their hospital district with the power plant, and then you have U2's district that your people will pay in 3 times as much. If we do it on the county fund, it'll be 1 mil. If we don't, it's 3 mil for U2. So that's a decision you, Danny, you're making, and Jim, you're making as trying to sort this out. You're asking me to carry a petition that's 3 times the amount for your districts.
Well,
And I don't understand why you would want that.
Well, what I don't want is for the county to own a nursing home. I don't want to be, I mean, my whole idea the entire time was you owning the building and you doing having a marketing you'd have a management company come in there and do it. And that's it. You know, I couldn't see the county trying to take on an entire nursing home. That's just huge risk for me. I mean,
Well, that's the idea of the
petition-
contracts.
the petition, all it does is let us know what the people in the county want. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I want to know what they want. And like I said, I'm more than happy to help hold the petition or do whatever we need
To ask the people what they want on you guys' side would be to go to the ballot for a vote. If you're just asking Jesse to go talk to your people about what the people want, you're asking me to do your work. I feel like that if you would put a question on the ballot and there are ways to do it, then that shows that you guys care about what the people want. This way it seems to be diversion. And that's, I guess, why I'm here is to ask if that's the game here is to politically divert Jesse to get him off your back, then say you don't want to be a part of elderly care. You don't really care what your county has for elderly care. Say that.
I just told you that I'm willing to help you with carrying the petition, do whatever we need. And I've told you this 100 times.
You're willing to go tax your people 3 mills versus 1. That's what you're saying.
Ask my people what they want with a petition.
Are you going to do the petition?
Did I tell you I was going to do it?
When are you going to do the petition?
Jesse, I don't know. We don't have nothing in place, but I've told
Well,
you
right now,
that I'd do it.
you're going to do it?
I have text messages telling you that, like, hey, the petition is the way I want to go. And if you need help holding it, doing whatever, and you said you didn't want to do it, and I'm like, okay, then we'll find people to do it.
So you guys going to take a petition and you're going to do this? You're going to ask 3 times
I have
the
no
amount.
issue I don't know what the regulations, all that stuff are, but if I need to hold one, I will.
I think that's
Just because we do a petition doesn't mean we have to do anything beyond that, right, David?
If the petition is carried to create a hospital district and it gets 51% of the voters in that district, then you have to create a hospital.
We have to, yeah. We would have to tax the people.
determines how many mills we tax it. We do.
There are some
Parameters.
statutes that govern that.
Statutes will set a cap on it, and within that cap, then the board of directors, which could be the commissioners, or it could be a board appointed by the commissioners, would determine what they.
And even if you did tax them, Jesse, you tell me this, the 3 meals, that's still not enough to open your nursing home.
Yeah, it is.
You think it is? I thought you said
Absolutely.
you needed $1 million to start with.
No,
Because when we were talking about the bond,
the total.
when we were talking about the bond, you needed a $3 million bond.
Well, the idea is when you take 1 mil, it's like 285,000, and take it for a 10-year term, it's going to be close to 3 million. If you wanted to turn those funds over into bonds, you could. That's the idea. Like statute 2106E shows that you guys can put an annual levy out there, and it only takes 5% of your electors to do a petition to oppose this. You guys can do it just that easy. And you can work with me, and you can work with other operations management companies to put the liability off on them. It's just a matter if you guys are willing to. And I think the idea here is to keep it in a county line item, and the reason that is, that's just an avenue to get the money from the taxpayers to the operations. That's all that is. Exactly what we've been talking about this whole time. And I've always said that I'd like to keep it at a 1 mil. The only participation would be for you guys to actually agree to put it on the ballot and a little.
But it can't be put on the ballot this time. It's done. We're done. So it's not going to go on the ballot. So now what are you going to do? That's my
Now what
point.
I'm going to do, I have some more options. I just, this is the best option. This is with participation.
But our county clerk and our attorney saying it can't be done now. Okay? That it can't be put, we're too late down the road to put it on a line item on, even if we wanted to. And I will tell you, I personally don't want to go out and tell the public that, hey, this is going to cost you about $3 million over a 10-year period for a nursing home in Prescott, Kansas. Nothing wrong with Prescott, Kansas, but it's an old building and there is no hospital. And I told you this last week. I don't see that 40 or 50 nurses getting the employees back into that facility. I don't. And that's why I'm mainly concerned about it. I don't want to tell the public that, hey, look, you're right. We could go out and create one and we could force it down their throat, but why would we?
I don't think forcing it down their throat.
Well, it sure
Giving them the
is.
choice is not forcing it. What you guys are doing is evasive and not really
Well,
forcing it. No, that's what you're doing. Because you're.
I appreciate.
But I want to address this $3 million you bring up. That's
You
not
brought it up to me.
a total. If you wanted to do a bond, you asked me why if you did a bond. What I'm saying is the skilled nursing facility plan was only $755,000 for operations. That could be for 3 mills, and if this thing is projected and gets up going, it wouldn't cost the taxpayers after that.
So
The
you're
idea
saying
to-
after we do this, the taxpayers or Linn County would have no liability in this the way you're doing it? I mean,
That's the idea, is to structure it that way. Sure, certainly.
Well, if it's a county nursing home, then the county's always gonna have a lot.
Sure.
we have liability.
But I think you're going to have oversight and responsibility for it as far as direction and approving things. But I don't know that you could actually be fully liable through the leases and contracts. If I say I'm liable for the building portion, somebody else says they're liable for the operations, that removes a lot of almost all of it from you guys.
But who gets sued in the event something happens there?
The operations.
No, everybody. Everybody that's tied to that gets sued.
If it's a county hospital board, the county will get sued.
Exactly.
Well, the
And-
county hospital board was sued and you guys didn't get affected.
And
Well, so how does that, I mean, tell me that.
I will just say this. I'm not going to argue over it.
I know, but you're bringing up things that are not completely all the way true.
What's not true?
When the county hospital board gets sued, what are you talking, you mean the district?
The hospital district.
Okay, that's the advantage of having a district as opposed to a county nursing home. That's what the district is independent or semi-independent. It's created by the county, but it's an independent entity. A county nursing home is not an independent entity. It's a county nursing home. And the county contracts out whatever they want to contract out and leases whatever they want to lease, but it's still a county nursing home. That's what I'm trying to explain. If it's a county nursing home, the county is ultimately responsible.
Well, I think that you would subcontract to a nonprofit, and that nonprofit would be liable. I
Well,
think.
yeah, the nonprofit will be liable, the landlord will be liable, the nurse working in the hall will be liable, but ultimately the county is liable. The fact that other people also are liable doesn't remove the fact that the county is liable. You see, if it's a county nursing home, the county will always have liability on it. That's just a fact.
I met with the management company on Friday, and I met with the management company on Friday, and they came in and we talked. We looked at building, and they do a lot of agreements where the county owns such a fund on their line item, but don't really own any of the other stuff, and they can put all that together for us. He was going to be here, but I said I don't know if it's necessary at this point, but he probably could have helped with some of this argument of the ways to do it. I think the only thing is, why aren't we at least putting it on the ballot? That's where
Because it can't be put on the ballot at this point. That's why, Jesse. And do we want it? We don't want a county-run nursing home.
I understand you don't
Under
want
the
county
statute
run.
that you delivered to Gary, that's what Gary is telling us that has to be done.
Do you want a countywide hospital district?
No, well, I don't care about it. You go get me the collection of people that want to
Are
increase
you
their
interested
taxes
in it?
by 3 meals, and I guess we won't have a choice. I don't think the people will do it.
Are you in favor of doing one countywide
No.
district to handle that? And let
No.
your people share?
No, because we already have a hospital district.
You do. They
Yeah.
don't.
Well, that's not the
Their problem?
issue. That's
No,
not the
it
issue.
It is an issue. If you take and make, but if you make three different districts, none of them have the taxing ability to perform a larger scale for healthcare, whether you do elderly care, a hospital in the future, anything.
Which is telling me
But if
that
you guys would unite and work together as one district, you could put some of these issues off on a district, get your protection, lower your tax liability, and spread the load out. But I get you're wanting to do a new building in Lacine. I get it.
not in Lacey. I don't want to
Somewhere around there, but up in your district, and you're wanting to use your hospital district that you've got with the power plant with extra money, and these two are just sitting there. They can't do anything.
What's that got to do with it, though?
That's
If you had
not
a
your
new
fault. I agree.
hold on, if we had a new facility up there, you wouldn't be in favor of that?
Oh, I think if you guys would step forward and put a new facility anywhere in the county, it would be great. Yes,
But
absolutely.
we're not going to do a county one.
I'm not asking. You don't even have to put anything about Prescott on the ballot. I'm saying, why wouldn't you put even a question on the ballot in general that
Because-
says, would you be willing to support a home for the aged?
Once again,
Lots
we
of-
can't. We're too late. We're
Can't.
past that. Okay, well, we'll agree to disagree on that. Is there any other issues?
Did you go up and
Talk
talk
to-
to their Lacine like we,
Yes.
what, and?
They haven't said anything back, Denny.
So it's still on the table then?
Well,
No,
I
it's
could go
not.
back to their other meeting, but here's the thing. They scooped up $1.6 million in their account using the power plant money, and their buildings paid off, and still using some funds coming in. And I don't know that they're going to want to partner with you two to share.
And they went,
Because
they
they
went,
have the
they
power-
went and carried a petition and did exactly what we're asking you to do.
That's a lot easier to sell when you have a power plant with one
Oh,
bill
come on.
generates 187,000. If you could structure it that way, I'll carry a countywide petition for you. If you would agree, you could put this together for 1.3 mils, including theirs, and we would have operation startup money, all that. If you guys would cooperate.
Okay.
So it would answer a lot of questions with cooperation from your district, but I understand it would lose some of your options on where to put your buildings and things. So this is really more for Danny and Rick, or Jim to kind of consider where their people go for elderly care and what they want. We know you're sitting in the best seat possible. We know this. I'm actually sitting probably in the worst, but hey, I'm here. So I guess each one of you just kind of,
We offered you an opportunity. If that's what you want to do, then that's what I would do.
opportunity to carry. That's not
Carry a
really-
petition, just like everybody else did in that. And you said it couldn't be done. They did it up there. So
No, there was also a question of a district over Mound City and Paris. I found a statute, which is kind of a result of the leadership of this county. If you have to pass a statute and go all the way up to the House and Senate to pass something that says Linn County on it just to get a district put in place, that just shows that we're not handling our responsibilities at a county level and participation. That shows a lot of division when really this should be underneath a hospital district with, you could have 7 or 9 board members and we could work this out within our county. But we have bills that go all the way through the House and the Senate because I don't know why, because you guys haven't addressed this. And I know it was premature to all 3 of you. But that's why we can't work forward. And that's why I'm saying maybe we should look backwards at the way things were structured, what's fair, what's in the best interest of growth in the county. And maybe we don't have to send statutes to the Kansas House and the Senate just to address this. I think I would be a little bit, if I was on your side of the table, I would be trying to restructure that. So it's crazy.
Oh.
And I don't know if they have a district in Mounts. Did they actually place a district or just a statute? Gary, is there?
The statute authorizing them to create this.
Okay, so there's no district. So we could overlay Mound City and Paris, but it still leaves you at 3 mil. Anyway, I think there's a lot of things that are people maybe don't understand or are saying that they want their people to have a choice, but in the end, they really haven't done their homework to understand why they're not giving their people a choice. I think some of that is you commissioners' responsibility.
Okay.
So I didn't come here to argue. I just came here to, kind of push and understand that, I've been just trying to do what I can do. So I guess, do you guys have any questions for me?
I don't.
I don't have, Jesse, thank you.
Thanks.
So you got anything further? You?
I don't have anything.
So I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.